Hi, good morning, everybody. I'm Dr. Nandan, and thank you, Dr. Alok, for the invitation to this program and for giving me this opportunity to give you a hands-on training on the SBR. So, so are there MSc students here? Okay. So are you all familiar with Linux environment, like Windows operating software, that way Linux? Okay, so SBDAT will mostly be on Linux. So it will be good if you guys have Linux installed on your system so that we can install the software and work on that. So mainly it works, it's a Fortran model. So it's a program written in Fortran and fairly simple. Some changes that we need to make, and we get the radiative forcing from that. So I don't know if you guys know what radiative forcing is, but I'm sure there are lectures that will help you understand what aerosols are, what are different types of aerosols, what properties they have, and climate, and the students. I'm just waiting till my presentation comes on, so I'm just having some small talk with you guys. I hope it's okay. So basically, me and my colleague from IIT Pune, we will be showing you a hands-on on the OPAC. So if everybody has Linux on their system, it's good. Otherwise, we'll at least show you the demonstration, and you can write down the steps and always write back to us where we can help you with it. And so OPAC can also be run on Windows. It's a very fairly simple code, which is just click kar do ho jayega kind of thing. But we can also do it on Windows.
इधर से स्टार्ट इस साइड से तो इस साइड से उसके ना अगर स्टार्ट हाँ तो वो अच्छी ऐसी तो वो पिन पिन अच्छा जाती कोई नहीं भी करने को सर कोई दिक्कत नहीं इसका कौन फोन कनेक्ट करके वहाँ पे खोलना पड़ेगा स्टैंड पे फोन का
Yeah. So I'll also give you two papers, which is the basis of these two softwares. You can take it as an homework, an exercise, go back, read something about it, and come tomorrow with some insight about it. Because when we get the hands-on, it'll be better. And I've just been told that we'll also be preparing some questions from those, so you can we'll assess you based on that. So I'll give you the names of the papers. I'm sure you can access it tonight. Have a look at it, and tomorrow in the afternoon we'll give you some questions based on that. Some very simple questionnaire, so we'll assess you as well on it. Rathod will be giving about the a very about what it is. So basically, we need the optical properties of aerosols to run the SBRAT model. So, as I told earlier, aerosols affect the Earth's climate, and it's because of the by altering the radiative properties of the atmosphere. So these aerosols influence the Earth's radiative budget by either scattering or absorbing the solar radiation. So if they absorb solar radiation, they'll heat up the atmosphere, scatter back, cool the environment in a very layman term. So there are some optical properties which are used to understand the interaction of aerosols with radiation. So they are like the aerosol optical depth, single scattering albedo, Armstrong experiment. So these are the main parameters that we need to use in the SBDAT model, which we will be deriving from the OPAC model. So OPAC will be the initial procedure that we do, and then we finally go on to the SBDAT model. So aerosol optical depth is basically the amount of aerosols in the atmosphere in very basic terms. So it is a parameter used to measure the magnitude of aerosol extension due to scattering and absorption in the whole integrated column in the atmosphere. And the single scattering albedo is a proxy to understand whether the particular aerosol is of a scattering type or of an absorbing nature. So these aerosols are made of different kinds of materials, right? So based on the chemical composition of the material, they will either absorb or either scatter solar radiation. So using OPAC, we find out these optical properties. So also these optical properties, like AeroNet is one ground-based network where you get all these, the AODs and the scattering albedo can be found out. So if you haven't heard of AeroNet, you can go back, check Aeronet. So you find a whole network of measuring stations over the globe where these parameters are observed. So this optical properties of aerosols and clouds, this is the software package which was developed by Hess et al. So this is the paper. You can note down this Hess et al. 1998. So you can go back, have a look at it. And in case you do not have it, you can come to me. I have a copy with me, so I can share it with you guys. So OPAC allows the calculation of the optical properties of aerosols as well as clouds, and gives the optical properties at 61 wavelengths from OPAC to be used in SBDAT. So one is aerosol optical depth, the next one is single scattering albedo, and the next is asymmetry parameter. So these are the nomenclatures for this, and you need to remember these as well because this is what goes into the input file for SBDAT. So there is a input file already there for SBDAT where we use these parameters. And there are different aerosol types based on the environment. So like say, if we are in an urban place, the urban aerosols are present based on the emissions in an urban location. If we are in a fairly clean environment, so we have a continental clean aerosol, and then there is a continental average, which is like not very polluted, not very clean. So somewhere midway, and then there is continental polluted. So these are very explicitly mentioned in this paper Hess et al. And from this paper, we find the
Essentially, we get a mass concentration when we are doing measurements. So, say suppose black carbon, we get a mass concentration. So that has to be converted to a number concentration, and this number how to convert this, we give you explicit information about this tomorrow in the hands-on, and you can also read it in Hess et al. So there is a table which gives the concentrations and how it has to be converted to a number concentration. So basically, we need the number concentration, which environment we are selecting for getting the optical property. So these are the two main things, and then we get these three parameters which we need to use in the SBDAT model. So you can note down this paper. This is what we'll have some short questions tomorrow. And moving on, so SBDAT the full form goes as this: Santa Barbara Distort Atmospheric Radiative Transfer. And this is the which Jazzy et al. 1998 is the paper for this. So this is a Fortran program that I told, and it is developed for determining the radiative forcing. So this is one of the models that we is extensively used for for radiative forcing, but there are other models as well. So this is not the only one. There are different models, but we've been using this for ease of simplicity and such. So basically, the radiative forcing, I mean, the direct aerosol radiative forcing is it's defined as a difference in the net fluxes at the surface and the top of the atmosphere with and without aerosols. So basically, we'll be doing a calculation of the net flux at the surface and at the top of the atmosphere. So we've done one at the surface, one at top of the atmosphere, and when we take a difference of the two, we'll get the forcing at the atmosphere. So depending on the sign of the forcing, if it is positive, that means there is warming. If it is negative, there is cooling. So yeah, so basically that's the gist of the radiative forcing, and we will be doing it with and without aerosols. So when aerosols are present, what is the radiative forcing? And when it is not there, what is the radiative forcing? So the difference between the two, like you can see in this formula, that indicates the warming or cooling of the atmosphere. And from this SB we can also find out the atmospheric heating rate, which is related to the warming or cooling effect due to the aerosol absorption. So there is an input file for this where, apart from the optical properties, we also use the water vapor. So some things are fixed in the input file, but you can always alter it based on the satellite data. So we give water vapor from MODIS, there's ozone from OMI, and then there's N2O. Yeah, so these parameters, and then depending on the albedo, so you need to give, there's a separate file for albedo. Based on that, we calculate the forcing. So forcing is calculated with and without aerosols. And yeah, in opaque, you can also find out the optical properties at different relative humidities. So like if you're doing it for some particular month, you know what the relative humidity is, or you find out using the observations. You give the relative humidity, you give the environment, like where, for which location you are, and then based on the location, you distinguish it into these different types. And then you give the number density, which you have found out using the methods that we tell you tomorrow. And then you find out these parameters and input it into the SB input file. And then using that model. So this is freely available, these softwares, both of them. And we also have a copy with us. And you can always install, compile it in your systems. So SBRAT is completely on Linux, opaque is on both Windows and Linux. I also have some basic Linux commands, which you can note down in case you aren't familiar with it. People who are familiar with it, it's all right. And so to compile opaque on Linux, so if anybody is doing it, you can try this today. Like you can get the software, download it, or you can take it from us, me or Aditi. And if you're doing it on Linux, you can compile it using this code here. So you can
this, I mean, how you need to make changes or whatever is given in it. So, yeah, this is basically what is the hands-on training that we'll be taking tomorrow. And you can note down both the papers and take, or if you want a copy from us, you can come to us as well. So, yeah, that's all from my end. If anybody has any questions, anything, I'm open to that. Any students, anything basic as well? Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Um, so this is the radiative forcing either at the surface or at the top of the atmosphere. So let's consider it's at the surface. So, like you can see, I've written over here. So it's the difference between the net flux downward. So the F with the downward arrow is the net flux downward. So when we run the SB model, you get the net fluxes basically. You don't get the radiative forcing directly, you get the net fluxes. So this is downward, this one is upward. So this WA is with aerosol and this is without aerosols, W oblique O. So the difference of downward minus the upward flux without aerosols and the same for with aerosols and then the same for without aerosols. The difference of without aerosols minus without gives the total forcing at the surface or at the top of the atmosphere. So we basically from SB dot you will get these fluxes downward and upward, and the difference of that gives you the difference of with aerosols minus without gives you the forcing at the surface and the top of the atmosphere. And then the difference between the surface and top of atmosphere will give you the atmospheric forcing. So which is in between. So you have top of the atmosphere, surface, and then the in between. So in between we are just calculating as a difference after we find out this. So we have codes for finding out the flux. So the fluxes you'll be getting it from the model itself. Like once you run the SB dart, like you make an input file, you compile it, you run it, you'll get these fluxes. And then we have two more programs wherein you can finally directly get the radiative forcing at the surface and at the top of the atmosphere. So this total radiative forcing, it either may be negative or positive. So based on the sign, you decide if it's cooling or it's warming the atmosphere. Yeah. Yeah. So when we run OPAC, there is something like a water insoluble and water soluble. So if you have the chemical constituents, like if you've done a chemical characterization, then you know the amount of water insoluble and water soluble components, and then you can in the paper it is given how you need to quantify it, and then you can find the number concentration. So based on that, you can do it. Yes. Right. Yeah, so albedo you can also get from the satellite data. So you can use that and give it. So there will be a separate file, albedo.dat. So there you can give you can download it from Horizon and give it in there.
Thank you, ma'am, for your briefing about your talk. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Sanjeev Kumar sir, TSI Instrumentation for his briefing about his talk.
Hi, good morning to all. Myself Sanjeev, I represent TSI for India. And today we talk about, my talk is more about human health and the instrument is being used. Like nowadays, we are using a lot of high-grade instrument to analyze the different form of particle size. But nobody is going to talk about, if there is a particle size 8 that particle does, or any person like any of vendor. If you see any vendor, any painter, they have very limited life of 30-35 years time, and that happens just because of particles, because they lose their life very early stage of their life. So I'm going to talk about the impact of those stuff, and we as a all human being, we can how can we save them actually, and we are into instrument again, so different part. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now, let's take a break and we'll assemble here at sharp 11:45. Thank you.
हाँ
और जब ब्लड में मिलता है तो आपकी बॉडी में जो बीमारी की संख्या है वो बहुत ज्यादा बढ़ जाती है। तो अगर उसको कंट्रोल करना है तो आप फिल्टर यूज करते हैं, एग्जांपल के तौर पे आप कौन सा यूज करते हैं, तो शायद आप उसकी एफिशिएंसी एक माइक्रोन से कम होनी चाहिए ताकि उस सेक्शन में वो पार्टिकल ना आए। तो इसी तरह के अलग अलग इंस्ट्रूमेंट हैं जो आपके एम्बिएंट के हिसाब से, जैसे कोई आपका पुराना ऑफिस का मौसम एग्जांपल जिसके अंदर व्यूज है जो कि बहुत डैमेज करता है और बहुत स्लो पॉइजन है, वो बहुत धीरे धीरे मारता है, आपको पता नहीं चलता। कुछ एक समय की बात है जो फंगस वाला या सीलन वाला हिस्सा है हमारा बॉडी यूज करता है, लेकिन वो बहुत ज्यादा लंग्स के ऊपर और ब्लड में और खास करके बॉडी ब्लड सेल के ऊपर बहुत ज्यादा इम्पैक्ट करता है। उसके लिए अलग अलग डिवाइस है कि आप मॉनिटर कर सकते हैं, अगर मॉनिटर होगा तो उसको रिप्लेस करते मेडिसिन को अवॉइड किया जाए। दूसरा ये प्रोडक्ट है जो कि मैं रिकमेंड करूंगा कि आप अगर एक प्रोडक्ट पूरे यूनिवर्सिटीज के लिए लेते हैं, पूरे कॉलेज के लिए, ऐसे पूरे 10 किलोमीटर के एरिया के लिए एक ही मशीन सफिशिएंट है। ये मशीन किस बात ये मशीन ये 3 लाख से लेकर 6 लाख की तक अभी आ रहा है। तो आपको कभी शाम को ऐसा लगता है थोड़ा सा भारी हो रहा है थोड़ा सा, और उस समय आपको दिल करता है कि आप रेस्टोरेंट खा लें या तो अगली बार क्या होगा, ऐसा आने वाले 2-4 दिन में जब आप खाना निकलिए थोड़ा सा में पीन, तब आप पॉसिबल हो तो आधा लीटर पानी पी लीजिए, आपका वो पेन चल उठे ठीक है। उसके बाद शाम को जब पेन होता है तो ये मशीन आपको क्या कंडीशन है बेहतर है। हाँ अभी टेम्परेचर से आपका बॉडी कितना वाटर यूज कर उसके हिसाब से अगर वाटर इंटेक करते हैं आपको शाम को कभी सिर में दर्द नहीं होगा। और देखिए यहाँ का अपना कोई वेदर तो है और बहुत फ्रीक्वेंटली वेदर चेंज भी नहीं होता, तो आपने ये यूनिवर्सिटी में कहीं पे प्रेफर है कि आप अपने बच्चों के हॉस्टल में जाएंगे, वहाँ एक डिसिप्लिन एक ऐसा कॉमन चीज है कि एक्टिविटी भी ज्यादा होती है, खाना नहीं होता है, तो अगर उसको पता है कि एक लीटर तो वो डिसिप्लिन को अवॉइड कर सकता है, थोड़ा सा लीवर बचा लेगा। तो ये इस मशीन का ये इसको हीट स्ट्रेस मॉनिटर यस तो हीट से आपकी बॉडी को कितना स्ट्रेस हो रहा है, आपका बॉडी कितना प्रोड्यूस कर रहा है, ये आपको खास करके जब बच्चे एक्टिविटी में हां वही मैं कह रहा हूं बहुत यूजफुल होता है कि जब वो हार्श एक्टिविटी कर रहे हैं उसका रेस्ट का और वाटर डिहाइड्रेशन अगर वो इक्वेशन सही रहा तो ज्यादा एक्टिव ये तुम जिस जगह पे आते हैं उस जगह का कोई रेडियस इन मशीनों में देखते हैं कि पार्टिकल्स के उसका कोई रेडियस कोई एरिया जिस जगह पे आप खड़े हैं ये जिस जगह पे है उसी जगह का एयर मूवमेंट के हिसाब से ये वाली बात है
इसमें आप क्लाउड सर्वर पे डेटा कलेक्ट कर सकते हैं, मोबाइल पे चेक कर सकते हैं। ये इंस्ट्रूमेंट है सेंसर बेस्ड, ये भी सेंसर बेस्ड है। इसमें क्या है कि ट्रांसफर PM1 PM1.5 PM2 गैसेस भी गैसेस इसके साथ आपका साउंड मिलता है, साउंड का क्या वेरिएशन ये टाइम सारा मिलने कम से मोबाइल के ऊपर ऐप दे दीजिए ताकि मोबाइल में आप सारा डेटा कंटिन्यूस नया सिस्टम का इसमें क्या होता है जो ऑफिसर बता रहे थे हमारे लंग्स के जो कि इसकी साइज इसके अंदर ये ऊपर इतना रहेगा उसके नीचे इतना रहेगा उसके नीचे इतना इसमें डेटा फिल्टर पेपर लगते हैं फिल्टर पेपर ऊपर कलेक्ट होता है कलेक्ट होने के बाद इसमें कितने बैक्टीरिया हमारे वो थोड़ा लगता है एकदम ये बीओसी है बीओसी के अंदर भी सेम है ये रॉड्स रखी है ट्यूबिंग रखी है ये फिल्टर होता है इसको आप इसके साथ अटैच कर दें इसके ऊपर जिप लगा दें तो इसके अंदर सारा आपका डेटा इसके बाद ये है पर्सनल इसको आप कहीं भी यूज कर सकते हैं खासतौर से स्मॉल माइनिंग एरिया इसके अंदर यहाँ बैठ लगाइए इसको ऑन कर दीजिए सेट कर दीजिए इसमें इनिशियल आधा घंटे के अंदर कितना आप लेके कर सकते हैं माइनिंग के अंदर नहीं होता
नहीं ये एक और कंसर्न होता है कि हम अगर मान लीजिए एक बंदा 8 घंटे काम कर रहा है और इस मशीन में एग्जांपल के तौर पे 5 लाख पार्टिकल या 10 माइक्रोग्राम या 20 माइक्रोग्राम पार्टिकल मॉनिटर या आपके पास वेट अब ये सेम कैलकुलेशन लगाएंगे तो पहले चीज आप माइनर का लक्स का लाइफ भी सही कर पाएंगे अगर इतना ही कॉन्सेंट्रेशन लेगा तो इसकी लाइफ नंबर 2 जो प्रोटेक्शन की बात है जैसे मास्क उनको माइनर्स को रिकमेंडेड है कि आप फुल फेस मास्क यूज करें तो मास्क में आप कौन सा फिल्टर यूज करेंगे ताकि वो उतना माइक्रोग्राम एब्जॉर्ब कर ले मतलब माइनर बनना कोई गुनाह नहीं है बेचारे के पास कोई चॉइस कोई वेंडर बनना कोई गुनाह नहीं है अगर वेंडर ना रहेगा तो सारे बिल करवा सकते हैं हाँ उसके बाद कॉन्सेंट्रेशन पता होगा तो कल को किसी को बोलेंगे यार बिल्डिंग करने से पहले मास्क में नहीं बात लेकिन अगर आप वेंडर को कहते हैं कि ये 10 ग्राम मिट्टी या लोहा के फेफड़े में जाएगा और 30 साल में मर जाएगा ये पॉसिबल वो आपकी बात सुनेगा तो हम पहले स्पीच को मिस कर रहे हैं उसको नहीं बता पा रहे हैं मास्क पहनना जरूरी है मतलब माइनर को है या वेंडर कोई पेंटर वो प्रोफेशन उसको हम चेंज नहीं कर सकते लेकिन हाँ अगर कुछ फीचर्स में ऐड ऑन कर दे तो हम उसका लाइफ स्पैन बहुत बढ़ा
A very good morning and a heartfelt welcome to all our
Inaugural session, we would like to invite Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Annapurna Nautiyal Ma'am and all the dignitaries to please grace the stage with their presence.
Today we have Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Annapurna Nautiyal Ma'am of Hemvati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, Srinagar, Uttarakhand. Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastav Sir, Senior Scientist and in charge Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, IITM Delhi Branch, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India.
Professor C.M. Sharma Sir, Director, Chauras Campus, Dean of School of Life Sciences. Professor S.C. Bharat Sir, Dean School of Sciences and convener of this workshop.
Professor R.C. Ramola Sir, Coordinator of this workshop and Head Department of Physics, HNB Garhwal University.
Professor Hemvati Nandan Sir, Head Department of Physics, Birla Campus, HNB Garhwal University.
Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam Sir, the Organizing Secretary of this workshop.
Now, with the permission of Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am and all the dignitaries, shall we start the inaugural session, sir? Thank you, ma'am, and all the delegates for your permission. Atithi Devo Bhava, a Sanskrit shlok which signifies that our guests are gods. I, Tasmeen Malik, along with
Avni Negi,
on behalf of Department of Physics at Hemvati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, welcome you all with an immense pleasure and honor on the workshop for the inaugural session of the International Workshop and Winter School for hands-on training of atmospheric aerosol measurements, source apportionment and prediction over Bharat. We are doing this workshop in collaboration with the Department of Instrumentation Engineering USIC, High Altitude Plant Physiology Research Center HNB Garhwal University, Dhanori PG College Haridwar, Municipal PG College Mussoorie, and Alpine Institute of Management and Technology Dehradun.
today we gather here with a shared purpose to discuss critical issues on aerosols, air quality, and climate change in the region of Uttarakhand. It's a privilege to have such a diverse and knowledgeable group of individuals as attendees representing various institutes. This workshop aims to provide hands-on training on instrumentation, analytical techniques, and modeling for better understanding and prediction of atmospheric aerosols in the context of Bharat. We are truly honored to have each of you joining us for this crucial event where
Knowledge knows no bounds and curiosity thrives.
May this inaugural serve as a platform for fruitful discussions, meaningful connections, and actionable outcomes. Let's harness our collective wisdom and commitment to drive positive changes for the benefit of current and future generations. Let's embark on this journey of exploration, and we thank you all for being here.
As we know, before starting any auspicious event, we take the blessings from God by lighting the lamp of knowledge and wisdom. I kindly request all the dignitaries seated on the dais to please enlighten us by lighting the lamp. And I also request the singing team for Deep Prajalit Geet. ज्योति नमोस्तुते शुभं करोति कल्याणम् आरोग्यं सुख संपदा द्वेष बुद्धि विनाशाय आत्मज्योति नमोस्तुते आत्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय ब्रह्मज्योति नमोस्तुते ब्रह्मज्योति प्रदीप्ताय गुरुज्योति नमोस्तुते गुरुज्योति नमोस्तुते. Now, to start an event where knowledge is involved, it's important to take the blessings from Ma Saraswati. For that, I request singing team for Saraswati Vandana.
वहाँ पे ऑन करना है सर. ऑन है ऑन है ऑन है.
तेरी जाए माँ सरस्वती तेरी भी जाए माँ सरस्वती तेरी भी जाए हिमाली हमारी तेरी हंस की सवारी मैया हंस की सवारी तू हमारी ज्ञान दती हम तेरा पुजारी मैया हम तेरा पुजारी हिमाली अनार तेरी हंस की सवारी मैया हंस की सवारी तू हमारी ज्ञान दती हम तेरा पुजारी मैया हम तेरा पुजारी बुद्धि दीदिए मति दीदिए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए श्वेत हंस श्वेत कमल श्वेत माल मोती मैया श्वेत माल मोती एक हाथ में बिड़ा सजीरे एक हाथ में पोती मैया एक हाथ में पोती श्वेत हंस श्वेत कमल श्वेत माल मोती मैया श्वेत माल मोती एक हाथ में बिड़ा सजीरे एक हाथ में पोती मैया एक हाथ में पोती चोली करिए पार करिए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए मरने को अगर मिटाई ज्ञान को दीपक जगाई ज्ञान को दीपक तेरी करुणा में विनती करिए लाज मैया करिए लाज मरने को अगर मिटाई ज्ञान को दीपक जगाई ज्ञान को दीपक तेरी करुणा में विनती करिए लाज मैया करिए लाज ज्ञान दीजिए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए माँ सरस्वती तेरी विजाए. the inaugural session is being presided over by our Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Annapurna Nautiyal Ma'am, HNB Garhwal University. I request Professor S.C. Bhatt Sir, Dean School of Sciences, to kindly present a floral bouquet and shawl to Ma'am as a token of love carried by our organizing team.
I also request Professor R.C. Ramola sir, convener and head department of physics, to kindly present a floral bouquet and shawl as token of love carried by our organizing committee to Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava sir, senior scientist, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, IITM Delhi branch, Ministry of Earth Sciences, Government of India.
Taking this event further, I request Professor T.C. Upadhyay Sir, former Head of Department of Physics, HNB Garhwal University, to present a full floral bouquet and shawl as a token of love to Professor C.M. Sharma Sir, Director, Chauras Campus, HNB Garhwal University, carried by our organizing team. Now I request Professor Arun Rawat Sir, Department of Physics, BGR Campus, to present a floral bouquet and shawl as a token of love to Professor S.C. Bhatt Sir, Dean School of Sciences and convener of this workshop, carried by our organizing team.
From here, I request Professor Hemvati Nandan sir, Head Department of Physics, Birla Campus, HNB Garhwal University, to present a floral bouquet and shawl as a token of love to Professor R.C. Ramola sir, coordinator of this workshop and Head Department of Physics, Hemvati Nandan Bahuguna, Garhwal University, carried by our organizing team.
Now I request Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam Sir, the organizing secretary of this workshop, to kindly present a floral bouquet and shawl as a token of love to Professor Hemvati Nandan Sir, Head Department of Physics, Birla Campus, Hemvati Nandan Bahuguna Garhwal University, carried by our organizing team.
this workshop, we will embark on a journey of exploration as we'll delve into the fascinating world of physics with esteemed speakers by engaging in discussions and insightful presentations lined up. I believe this workshop will promise great enlightenment. Now, without further ado, I would like to invite Professor R.C. Ramula sir for his welcome address. Currently, sir is holding the position of Head of Department of Physics and coordinating this event with his innovative vision. We are very delighted to have you here, sir, and request you to please grace us with your insightful words.
Thank you very much. Namaskar and a very good afternoon to all of you. On the dais, the chairperson of this inaugural session of the International Workshop and Winter School on hands-on training on the atmospheric sciences, and our Vice Chancellor, Professor Annapurna Nautiyal. The guest on the dais, the director of this campus, Chauras campus, Professor C.M. Sharma. The keynote speaker, the senior scientist at IITM Delhi, the Ministry of Art Science, Dr. A.K. Srivastava. The Dean School of Science, Professor S.C. Bharat. And Head Department of Physics, Birla Campus, Professor Hemvati Nandan. And convener of this workshop come training the school, Dr. AACCRS. Of the dais, the experts, or I will say the resource person for this workshop from the various institutions of the country, the faculty members of the Garhwal University, research scholars, students, and the media persons. It's my honor and privilege to welcome you all to this inaugural session of this International Workshop and the Winter School. And first of all, I would like to welcome our Honorable Vice Chancellor, the chairperson of this event, for accepting our invitation to grace this occasion. And she is, in fact, the source of inspiration for all of us. And I know that her wise words will certainly encourage the students and the participants of this workshop. I also would like to welcome our keynote speaker and the senior scientist, Professor Dr. A.K. Srivastava, who came here after traveling long distance from the Delhi to grace this occasion. So you are also welcome. I would also like to welcome our Dean School of Science, Professor S.C. Bharat, our Head Department of Physics, Birla Campus, Professor Hemvati Nandan, and certainly the key member of this event, Dr. AACCRS. And at the same time, I would like to welcome all our resource persons, the faculty members, research scholars, and the students of the university or the various departments of the university. Well, this is an event for the International Workshop and Training School or Summer School, or Winter School, sorry. But these are the regular event of the physics departments, because we used to organize the international and national conferences, symposia, or workshops or training schools at all three campuses. So I would like to share here, especially for those who are not aware about the structure of university, that we have three campuses, and the physics department, which is one of the leading department of the university, is situated in all three campuses. And we have full-fledged department in all three campuses, and we organize these kind of activities in all three campuses very regularly. So this is one of this. This is in the series of that organization.
Now, of course, I would like to tell you something about the physics department, just in very brief, because most of you know about it. But those who came here first time, especially among the participants, they should have an idea that what we are doing in the physics department. The physics department, of course, in all three campuses, I told you that all three campuses, all physics departments are well-fledged department, and we are offering the UG, PG, and research programs in all three campuses. And of course, UG and then PG. In PG, we have the specialization like condensed matter physics, electronics, then we have the astrophysics, we have the laser physics, and we have the high energy physics. And the astrophysics, because that is a recent addition in our department, I would like to say, because this department is in existence right from the 1973. So astrophysics, we have one planetarium, astrophysics planetarium, and they used to organize the different activities like seminar and sky watch and other activities just to motivate the student to learn about the space or about the universe. And I'm sure that within the next few years we will have some research activity in the astrophysics, because some of our faculty members are, they are working in collaboration with the IWWS at Pune, which is a very popular and very important center of the India in the research of the astrophysics. Our faculty member, of course, they are always eager to work in the different field, and we have different field of specialization. Like we have the atmospheric physics and space physics. We have high energy physics, then nuclear and radiation physics, theoretical and experimental condensed matter physics, and quantum optics. So these are some specializations that our faculty members are expertise in those fields, and they are also working, very actively on these fields. And because I have collected some data recently, because we are going for the NAC, and I have collected some data very recently about the department, and I am happy to share it with you that our department, they publish the paper regularly in high impact factor journals, and the highest impact factor so far within last 5 years was we published the paper up to the 10+ impact factor journal. And we have the cumulative value of the H index in the department, it is 67, and the citation are more than 10,000 within, of that present faculty members in the department. So this is one important achievement. Another one is that the research projects, because we are getting the research project from almost all leading funding agencies of the country, like you can say SERB, DST, Ministry of Earth Science, BRNS, UGC, AERB, UPost, and all other funding agencies of the country are getting the project continuously. And I'm happy to share that at present we have 8 research projects in running. Running the 8 research projects with the amount of 2 crore 60 lakh rupees. That is the present position of the research projects in the department. And also we are having some MOU with the different organizations, not only in India but abroad also, and mainly for the exchange of the students and faculties within this MOU. And this condition is that we work jointly, we visit each other's place and then publish the papers jointly. And we also have the patents in the department, and within last 5 years we have 8 patents as per my record, 8 patents, and all patents were by the Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam. So that is also credit goes to me for this patents. And now, because we had the FIST in the past, and now next plan is this year, because the FIST is open from DST, that is the facility for the infrastructure development in R&D. So this application is now open, and I discussed with Professor Hemvati Nandan that we will apply for this FIST program, and we have to apply for the second phase, which is by which we will get an amount of about 10 crore rupees. So we will go for the FIST program this year also. So that will be another addition to our department if we get that sanction from the TST. So, before concluding, I would like to say, because this is a program for the hand-on training of the students. And when we talk about the instrument, we should be very careful. The instrument is not simply the instrument to bring it, purchase it, and keep it somewhere. Because there are some important things, and I will especially communicate this message to the participants, that when you go to any counter, ask the expert that how do you calibrate the equipment? How do you standardize the equipment? And how do you get the accurate and precise data from that? Because it is very important to get the precise and accurate data. And for that, you need the calibration and standardization. So that you should also ask the experts on the counter when you go to display of the instrument. And not only that, but I can tell you an example, because it was in 1989, there was a big headline on the newspaper, I will say not only in India, but throughout the world. And that is the discovery of the cold fusion. And it was thought, because we are always looking for the energy. And cold fusion is also the source of the energy. So it was thought that now the energy problem will be solved. And that discovery was made by the chemist of the University of California at Berkeley. And millions of dollars were spent for the discovery, for the cold fusion at that time. And after 1 year, they found that their detector, neutron detector, was not good. It was malfunctioning, and they got wrong values of the neutron. And then they said, sorry, it was not the actual discovery. And then you just imagine that was just because a small mistake, there was $1 million has been spent on that research. The same thing happened on the superconductor, because recently the Korean, they have claimed that they have produced one material which acts as a superconductor at room temperature, but still we are not able to reproduce it. So the instrument should be in such a way that it should also reproduce the values, and only then we can say that we have the right instrument, we are working the right work to generate the precise and accurate data, and only then you can think of the research later. So with this, I think I would like to conclude, and you know that the temperature is also very pleasant, and I believe that especially for the out discussion participants, I'm telling you, you will enjoy your stay here for 1 week stay. It's a good time to enjoy this stay here. And also, I wish you all the best for your participation in the work. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for addressing us for this workshop and also for providing a comprehensive overview of Department of Physics and also about the importance of instruments. Your insights were very valuable for us. Now, I would like to invite the backbone of this event, Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam sir, for his introductory remarks on this workshop and winter school.
Thank you, Tajmeen. A very good noon to all of you. Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, President of this conference. Our today's keynote speaker, Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava, sir, Senior Scientist and Officer in Charge, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India. Our guest, Dr. Parag Madhukar Dakate, IFS Member Secretary, due to implementation of the Model Code of Conduct, he could not join this official program. But he assured that he will join anytime during these 5 days, maybe including season. Director Chauras Campus, Dean School of Sciences, Professor C.M. Sharma, sir. Convener of this workshop and Dean School of Sciences, Professor S.C. Bhatt, sir. Coordinator of this workshop and Head Department of Physics of all 3 campuses, Srinagar, TD and Pauri, Professor R.C. Rambola, sir. Head Department of Physics, Birla Campus, Professor Hemvati Nandan, sir. Off the dice, मेरे जितने भी जो इस मिड टाइम में अगर सब लोग आए तो मेरे सब अपने आए हुए हैं, तो सभी का स्वागत करता हूँ. Dr. Vijay Kant Roy sir, who is also a coordinator of this workshop. Professor R.C. Sundaral sir, Director IQAC. Professor D.R. Purohit sir, Dr. Sanjay Kumar Pandey sir, Professor O.K. Velwal sir, Professor R.K. Mercury sir, Professor Tuldhyani sir, Professor S.K. Gupta sir, Professor A.K. Negi sir, Professor D.S. Negi sir, Professor R.S. Negi sir, Vibhishan Roy, Sunil Kumar, faculty members Subra Kala ma'am, Dr. Manish Sunyal sir, Dr. Naren, Dr. Om Prakash, डॉक्टर गोपाल कृष्ण जोशी सर और मेरे जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स जो यहाँ आए हुए हैं सभी का इस इंटरनेशनल विंटर स्कूल वर्कशॉप में आपका स्वागत है. The genesis of this workshop and winter school goes back to the last year in month of July 2023 when I directed to conduct the winter school and workshop on hands-on training for the young faculty, research scholars and students which are available in the atmospheric and specifically laboratory department of physics, department of chemistry, department of instrumentation engineering and high altitude plant physiology center of this university. It was under the direction of our convener of this workshop, Professor S.C. Bharat and Professor R.C. Rambola sir. And last year in the month of July 2023, once our former head and co-convener of this workshop, Professor T.C. Upadhyay sir, has encouraged us by supporting and guiding us for this event. Now, since January 2024 onwards, Professor Hemvati sir is supporting each and every step to conduct this workshop. This acted as impetus and we started our main objective of the workshop and broader objective of the understanding the suspended atmospheric pollutants in the air, especially in the Himalayan region of Uttarakhand. During the finalization of this workshop, and we identify the key areas, what are the thrust areas, so we can invite to the expert scholars about India and abroad. Because a few speakers will be delivered online from abroad, USA and Italy. So basically, the major components, as Professor Ramola sir said, that as a researcher, हमको कुछ instruments purchase कर लिया, lab में आके उसके बाद maintenance का बहुत बड़ा जरूरत होता है. और वो एक रिसर्चर के लिए बहुत जरूरी होता है ड्यूरिंग डाटा कलेक्शन, एक्यूरेसी, प्रिसिशन, स्टैंडर्डाइजेशन, ऑटोमेशन, सेफ्टी एंड एडवांसमेंट इन टेक्नोलॉजी. दीज आर फ्यू फैक्टर्स जो रिसर्चर के लिए एक लेबोरेटरी में बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है थ्रू आउट देयर रिसर्च जर्नी. वी एक्टेड इन टू prolonged way by identifying the scientists, engineers and experts, inviting experts from the field with researchers and also from the young minds by inviting their ideas to tackle the predicament of the climate change, especially when we talk about in Uttarakhand state. So with the dedicated efforts of the team member, we reached up to the level, and I must acknowledge and render support of Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am, who has shown me the path to conduct the every science-oriented workshop conferences, and also every year we are conducting such type of intensive workshop as Professor Bharat mentioned. So, the keen interest and continuous guidance and support of Professor S.C. Bharat sir, Professor R.C. Rambola sir, Professor T.C. Upadhyay sir, Registrar Dr. Dheeraj Sharma sir, and Finance Officer Professor N.S. Pawar sir had resulted to venture the financial support from different funding agencies to organize this workshop. So, we got the funding fund from the different funding agencies. Although ये विंटर स्कूल ये फेब में होना था, लेकिन कुछ टेक्निकल चीजों से जो है ये मार्च में वो फाइनेंशियल चल रहा है, तो समाओ हमको जो है मार्च में इसको कंडक्ट कराना था. बट मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ साइंस, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया हैज आल्सो सपोर्टेड फॉर दिस इवेंट. साइंस इंजीनियरिंग रिसर्च बोर्ड, उत्तराखंड पॉल्यूशन कंट्रोल बोर्ड, हेमवती नंदन बहुगुणा गढ़वाल यूनिवर्सिटी, TISI इंस्ट्रूमेंट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, एनवरोटेक इंस्ट्रूमेंट प्राइवेट लिमिटेड, डिफेंस रिसर्च डेवलपमेंट ऑर्गेनाइजेशन DRDO, Alpine Institute of Management and Technology, and Lifestyle for Environment. These are our fund generators. In order to spread out the awareness of the atmospheric physics and climate change and its impact on the earth and living being, it is planned to organize a workshop at Bunter School during 5th to February. But due to some technical issues, we have shifted this date 18 to 22 March at this place. In collaboration with Department of Information Engineering and our instructors, course instructor Dr. Prashant Tapalia, Dr. Vishal Rohela, Dr. Don Vishwas, Dr. B.S. Mist, and Dr. G.S. Katest, they will deliver the lecture, hands-on training, whatever the students are available in the USIC department. High Altitude Plant Facility Center, that is very wonderful center, and we have already planned on 20th afternoon time. We will be there at HAPREC. The whole session will be in HAPREC department. Dr. Vijay Kant Professor, Dr. Bhavta Patti Madam, and Dr. Vijay Lakshmi Trivedi Ma'am, who are the support main course coordinator during that HAPREC center. In Municipal Postgraduate College, Mussoorie, Dr. Tushar Kandari, who have earned his PhD from this university and also the alumni of this university, so he is also one of the collaborators. Alpine Institute of Management Technology, Dr. Tawfiq Ahmed, who is also a PhD from this university and was alumni of this university. Dhanodi PG College, Dhanodi, Dr. Amardeep, and also he also earned the PhD from this university, so he is also collaborating this event. This centers a workshop and vintage school platform for the people working in the field of aerosol physics and its impact on society to share their knowledge and views to control the adverse impact of the climate change. At this junction, I would request to all the expert delegates and participants to provide inputs, multidisciplinary approach in academics and research on the infrastructure, academic and research programs so that the issues may be flagged into the decision-making processes and ultimately the young minds may be tail into the business. So during this 5 days program, we have total 24 speakers. Professor Keparam from Banaras University, उनकी 24 घंटे ट्रेन लेट चल रही है, सुबह वो हरिद्वार पहुंचे हैं, वो लेट पहुंचेंगे और चूंकि फंड की लिमिटेशन थी है इसलिए हमने सेकंड एसी करके उनको फेयर ऑफर किया था और वो पहुंच रहे हैं आप लोगों के बीच। वो उनका एक्सपर्ट है ब्लैक कार्बन एरोसोल्स पर। Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava sir, who is also keynote speaker, Mr. Sanjeev Kumar from TSI, Engineer Chandra Prakash, Senior Scientist Aries Nainital, who is also explaining about the LIDAR, Dr. Vijay Singh Sridhar, Doon University, Dehradun, Professor R.C. Ramola sir, who is also a speaker of this workshop, Professor Rohit Mehra, Department of Physics, B.R. Ambedkar National University, Jalandhar, Punjab, Dr. Binanda Anand, Scientist, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Pune, who is also a modeler. And maybe next few minutes we are going to sign the IITM and HNBGU MOU, and Dr. Binda Anand is also representative from IITM Pune. Dr. Aditi Rathod from IITM Pune, Dr. Rohit Mahan, Department of Chemistry of our university, Dr. Surendra Puri, Department of Chemistry, our university, Dr. Dilip Kumar Meena, Department of Physics at Rajasthan campus, Dr. Vinay Kumar, Department of Advanced Sciences, University of Incarnate World, USA, Dr. Rupraj Vishwakarma, Scientist, IITM Pune, Mr. Mahavir Prasad, Biomedical Engineering, Heads Fellow, Carnegie Mellon University, Pennsylvania, Dr. Vijay Lakshmi from HAPREC, Dr. Sudeep from HAPREC, Dr. Prashant Tapalia, Dr. Don Vishwas and Dr. Vishal Rohela from UC Department, Dr. Ranjit Kumar, Department of Chemistry, Garhwal Education Institute, Agra, Dr. Diwan Singh Gist from IITM New Delhi, and Dr. P. Avita Chaudhary from IITM Pune. These are 24 invited speakers. स्पीकर्स तो नहीं कहेंगे इनको हैंड्स ऑन, क्योंकि हमें अभी जो सेकंड सेशन है उसमें भी हम जो है मॉडलिंग की बात करेंगे, इंस्ट्रूमेंटेशन की बात करेंगे और जो भी इंस्ट्रूमेंट्स हम यूज कर रहे हैं या फिर जो हमारे पास अवेलेबल हैं उनके बारे में हम डिस्कस करेंगे। At last, I thank all the faculty members who guided and supported us and the faculty, student, scholars who are the backbone of the events since inception. मेरे जितने MSc स्टूडेंट बैठे हुए एक बार आप अपने लिए तालियां बजा लीजिए। My hearty thanks to all the whole team of International Workshop and Winter School. Abstract book, क्योंकि ये एक ट्रेनिंग प्रोग्राम है तो एब्स्ट्रैक्ट बुक जो है अरेंज किया गया, उसमें तुषार कंडारी, तौफीक अहमद, अमरदीप, करण सिंह, संजीव कुमार, श्याम नोटियाल, यास्ती पंचवैया, Mr. Amandeep Vishwakarma, Ajay, Mr. Meruf Ali, we have done lots of work to complete all the formalities procedure to conduct this workshop. मैडम ऑनरेबल वाइस चांसलर को जब हम इनविटेशन देने गए थे तो मैडम ने ये एश्योर किया था कि आप जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट्स हैं उनका प्रॉपर अटेंडेंस रिकॉर्ड्स, तभी हम जो है सर्टिफिकेट इशू करेंगे, क्योंकि अटेंडेंस कंपलसरी है। बहुत एफर्ट्स लगते हैं एक इवेंट को ऑर्गेनाइज करने में, और स्पीकर्स अगर आ रहे हैं आप देखिए 24 आवर्स वो अगर ट्रेन डिले हो रही है उनका मेंटल स्टेटस क्या होगा, अभी तो मोबाइल व्हाट्सएप पे मुझे बस यस नो बोल रहे हैं और कितना ब्लास्ट होगा वो, लेकिन यहाँ तक पहुँच रहे हैं तो हमें कुछ गेन करना है उनसे। और आप टाइमली हम उन्हीं लोगों को हम सर्टिफिकेट इशू कर पाएंगे जिनका 5 डेज की अटेंडेंस इस सेशन की होगी। I request to all the participants enjoy interactive in the workshop in the school, which attend some excellent speakers and participants across the country. ई-बुक जो आप लोगों के लिए अभी हम लोगों ने ईमेल से शेयर किया, हम उसको हार्ड कॉपी नहीं दे रहे हैं बिकॉज वी आर सेविंग द पेपर एंड whatever, please feel free to interact me as when and required. We believe in paper saving. Our limited prints all will be available, and you are requested to note that the desired information pertaining to you. So thank you everyone.
Thank you, sir, for your effective highlights of this workshop and winter school. Your remarks has surely provided a valuable briefing of this event. Moving further, I request Professor Hemvati Nandan, sir, to kindly address all of us.
Namaskar. Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Notial, Dean Science, Professor S.C. Bhatt, Campus Director, Professor Salman, Head Department of Physics, Professor Amula, and my friend Atul. Actually, Atul and myself has supervised this student long back, and he is a faculty at the university now. That is student. And my senior colleagues of the dais, as well as faculty members of the Department of Physics, participants, PhD scholars, and MSc students. Actually, I was asking to Alok what is my actual role on the dais. So he has mentioned that I have to address. So मुझे बाधा नहीं गया actually मैं किसी particular job में. So whatever I feel is convenient to me, I would like to do the same thing. मैं मॉर्निंग में आज 6 बजे एक प्रोग्राम कंडक्ट करा रहा था भोगपुर में, 750 स्टूडेंट थे, कैंप लगा हुआ है। उसके बाद मैं जब आ रहा था तो उसी समय मैंने आलोक से पूछा था, तो मुझे लगा कि ये जो टॉपिक है हिमालय का, ये जो टॉपिक है कॉन्फ्रेंस का, हिमालय के काफ़ी क्लोज है। इन दैट सेंस आई वुड लाइक टू टेल यू फ्यू थिंग्स अबाउट दैट, माई ऑब्जर्वेशन एंड in fact in Bhagavad Gita there is one verse, chapter 10, 25, number 25, verse number 25. It says that Maharshinam Triguraham Giram Ramyeg Maksharam Yajyan Jap Yagyusmi Istavaranam Himalaya. तो कहता है कि जड़ जो पदार्थ है उनमें जो सबसे जड़ पदार्थ है वो हिमालय है। Now, if we look from the viewpoint of science, तो हिमालय काफ़ी फ्रेजाइल है, काफ़ी वनरेबल है, और हिमालय में हम जो यहाँ के रहने वाले लोग हैं, हमको लैंडस्लाइड्स की बात समझ में आती है, हमको अर्थक्वेक की बात समझ में आती है, और भी बहुत सारे रेनफॉल्स, हम कहते हैं कि क्लाउड बस्ट हो गया। तो हिमालय के व्यू पॉइंट से हम अगर सोचें तो बहुत सारी चीज़ें की गई हैं और बहुत सारी चीज़ें की जानी बाकी। इनफैक्ट द मेजरमेंट ऑफ pollutants is essentially required, and to see the effect of these on the Himalayan ecosystem is definitely needed because we need to form the policies and then some practical implementations on the ground. Accordingly, we can do that. अगर हम मेजरमेंट नहीं करेंगे तो हमें कहाँ से पता चलेगा कि प्रॉब्लम कहाँ है। तो साइंस में तो ऑब्जर्वेशन बहुत ज़रूरी है, मेजरमेंट्स बहुत ज़रूरी है। बट स्टिल जो मुझे समझ में आ रहा था, मैं लिख रहा था रास्ते में आते समय, आज नेचुरल डिजास्टर्स एंड इन्वायरमेंटल इम्पैक्ट ऑफ हेल स्टोन्स हैं, हमारे हैवी स्नोफॉल एरियाज हैं, हैवी रेन्स हैं, रादर टू से एक्सट्रीम रेनफॉल, देयर आर मेनी इवेंट्स इन पास्ट ऑल्सो। उनको हमें ध्यान से उनको डील करने की ज़रूरत है। वी हैव फ्लैश फ्लड्स, लैंडस्लाइड, सॉइल इरोजन होता है हमारे यहाँ बहुत ज़्यादा। आप जिस रास्ते से जितने भी पार्टिसिपेंट आ रहे होंगे, आप देखते आ रहे होंगे कि सड़क के किनारे की क्या हालत है सॉइल की। और बायोडाइवर्सिटी का भी बहुत बुरा हाल है। आप जब नीचे चौरास के पुल के आसपास देखेंगे तो लगता है कि एक नदी मर गई है। मुझे ये कहने में कोई अफसोस नहीं है, मैं पहले भी यहाँ आता रहा हूँ इंस्पायर कैंप्स में कई टॉक्स के लिए। तो नदी जो थी काफ़ी वाइब्रेंट लगती थी, बड़ा मज़ा आता था उसको पकड़ने में। अब क्या होता है कि आधे उधर जाओ उस तरफ तो फिर पानी दिखने लगता है नदी में, इधर कोई दिखता नहीं। तो बायोडाइवर्सिटी का भी एक बड़ा इश्यू है। लार्ज स्केल पर जो फ्लड्स हैं और उसकी वजह से जो और प्रॉब्लम्स हैं, चाहे एग्रीकल्चर की हो, ट्रांसपोर्टेशन की हो, इस तरह की चीज़ों पर भी हमें ध्यान देने की ज़रूरत है। और ड्राई और विंडी वेदर, ये एक नया पैटर्न मैं देख रहा हूँ बहुत समय से इधर, उसको भी एड्रेस करने की हमें ज़रूरत है। ग्लेशियर्स, ऑफ कोर्स ग्लेशियर्स जो है हिमालय, तो कितने लोगों को पानी पिलाता है। देखिए हिमालय एक ऐसा है जहाँ से कई नदियाँ निकलती हैं, और हम हिमालयी ग्लेशियर्स का हाल देखें तो बहुत बुरा हाल है। अभी मैं कुछ दिन पहले एक पेपर पढ़ रहा था ब्लैक कार्बन पे, तो और भी पॉल्यूटेंट्स पे, तो लॉन्ग रेंज ट्रांसपोर्ट हो रहा है पॉल्यूटेंट्स का बाहर से। अतुल माइट बी नोइंग अबाउट दिस इन ए बेटर वे। वो हिमालय ग्लेशियर तक आके डिपोजिट हो जा रहा है, और ग्लोबल वार्मिंग की वजह से हमारे ग्लेशियर्स को खतरा है। फॉरेस्ट का प्रॉब्लम है, वेजिटेशन का प्रॉब्लम है, फिर उसके साथ साथ ह्यूमन सेटलमेंट के इश्यूज आते हैं। अगर फॉरेस्ट ठीक नहीं होगा तो आपका जो मैन और वाइल्ड कॉन्फ्लिक्ट बढ़ रहा है, चौराहे में बाघ आ जा रहा है, दिन में भी ऐसा महसूस करते हैं कि बाघ आ गया। तो दीज आर ऑल्सो प्रॉब्लम, दे आर क्लोजली रिलेटेड। सो बहुत सारे ऐसे मेरे जो ऑब्जर्वेशन में है, जो मैं समझ पाता हूँ कि मैं इस फील्ड का एक्सपर्ट नहीं हूँ, बट स्टिल मुझे बाधा नहीं गया तो मुझे कुछ एड्रेस करना था, तो मुझे लगा कि आई वुड से समथिंग अबाउट दिस। और मॉडलिंग जो है, जब हम ऑब्जर्वेशन करते हैं, मेजरमेंट करते हैं, तो मेजरमेंट्स तो बहुत सारे लोग कर रहे हैं। मैं कई समय बड़ा निराश होता हूँ जब मैं देखता हूँ कुछ रिसर्च पेपर भी रिव्यू करने आते हैं, तो उसमें क्या होता है कि मेजरमेंट ठीक है, आपका डेटा है, थोड़ा बहुत स्टेटिस्टिकल एनालिसिस है, बट द मॉडलिंग पार्ट जो खासकर हमको फ्यूचर ट्रेजेक्टरीज के लिए क्लाइमेट चेंज के हिसाब से एड्रेस करने के लिए मिलना चाहिए, होना चाहिए, दैट इज स्टिल लैकिंग। सो especially in the context of Himalayan region, we need more observations as well as modeling and their implementation to the problems of this particular region. These are needed. And science or technology एक ऐसा विषय है, I would say this is true service. We can do this true service through science and technology. अगर हम ऐसा कर पाए तो ये बहुत अच्छा होगा. And finally, I wish all the best for the successful organization of this conference. And we are ready to welcome all the station participants. Thank you once again.
Thank you, sir. It's been an honor to listen your valuable remarks. We believe your observation on the current situation of Himalayan region has surely provided a way to do further research in this field. Taking this event further, I would like to invite Professor C.M. Sharma, sir, Director, Joras Campus, to address us on this event.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Notia, Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava, keynote speaker, Professor S.C. Bharat, Dean School of Science, Professor R. Siramola, who is the only senior professor in this university, Professor Hemvati Nandan, Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam, my fellow colleagues from the university, and the delegates who have come from all the way from different parts of the country. Actually, to speak something on aerosol. That will be partly possible for me. Atmospheric physics is a different thing. But let me say what is my perception on aerosols. So in the atmosphere, there are different kinds of particles of soil, of plant debris, gaseous molecules, water molecules, pollen grains, and so many other things. The settlements, the settlemental levels of their occurrence depends on buoyancy. You must be knowing this buoyancy. But actually, what is happening? The true processes, scattering and absorption, they are taking place regularly in the atmosphere. Actually, what is happening that the ambient temperature of sun, that is 6,000 degree Kelvin. And fission and fusion, these are two regular processes which are occurring inside the sun. As a result of which, a large spectrum that comes out from the sun, starting from 230 nanometer to 5,300 nanometer. So this part of this spectrum so below 380 nanometer, that is reflected by ozone layer. You all must be knowing. I'll focus on the later part. But from 380 onwards to 800 nanometers, that is almost a visible spectrum. So in this visible spectrum, when it is coming to the atmosphere, there is scattering which is happening. So that depends on the size of the particulate form. I'm saying that it is gaseous molecules and plant debris, soil particles, pollen grains, and so on and so forth. So if the size of the incoming EMR, electromagnetic radiation, I will say, if the size of the EMR is greater than the particulate form in the atmosphere, very little scattering that will occur. That's how we see the bluish appearance of the sky, which is scientifically known as Rayleigh scattering. You must remember, Rayleigh scattering. But if the size of the particulate form in the atmosphere that becomes large as compared to the incident electromagnetic radiation, then if it is almost equal, that is my scattering. You must be knowing. That's how we see the orange-red appearance of the sky in the morning and in the sunset. So this is how the aerosols they are working. And when the size of the particulate form in the atmosphere that becomes much larger to the incident EMR, then that is known as non-selective scattering. As we see during the cloudy days, the sun is screened off. So therefore, what I want to say, that these particulate forms are very, very important. The entire monsoon system in the India and other countries also, that is regulated by this atmospheric kinds of system. There are black carbon, gasolines, and all those things, they are coming into the atmosphere and forming the particulate form. So I have come to know that these all things will be discussed in the coming days in this winter workshop. So from my own side, I give my good wishes for the grand success of this workshop. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It's been a pleasure to have you here. And thank you for your factual data over the topic of this workshop. And your insights of the concepts are invaluable. Taking this event further, I request Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava, sir, Senior Scientist at IITM Delhi, to address us with his insights. Sir received his PhD from Department of Physics, Pune University, and joined IITM Ministry of Earth Sciences, New Delhi. He is interested in understanding and qualifying aerosol characteristics and their direct and indirect climatic implications through measurements and modeling. He has published 100 plus researches in peer-reviewed papers and has citation of more than 5,000 with a H index of 43. He is a fellow of the Society of Earth Scientists India, life member of Indian Meteorological Society, Indian Aerosol Science and Technology Association, and Aerosol Air Quality and Climate Change Research Society AACCRS. He was nominated for an INSA Medal for Young Scientists and received a prestigious Humboldt Fellowship at Tropos, Germany, and also received Fincel Plus Bridges Asia Research Reward at FMI, Finland. He is a recipient of various prestigious international grants from DST, IGAC, NASA, ICI Mod, WMO, as of few. So, we are very honored to have you here joining for this workshop, and we'll be very delighted to hear your address over this workshop.
Dignitaries on the dais, Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Annapurna Nautiyal ma'am, and Professor C.M. Sarnu sir, Director, Chauras Campus and Dean School of Sciences, Professor S.C. Bhatt, Dean School of Sciences and convener of this event, Professor N.S. Panwa. I think he is not okay. Professor R.C. Ramula sir, convener and head of Department of Physics. My friend, Professor Hemvati Nandan, head Department of Physics, Villa Campus, and also my friend and organizing secretary of this event, Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam, other senior scientists, professors, participants, and my dear friends. So, first of all, I would like to thank to the organizers, especially to Dr. S.C. Bhatt and Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam for inviting me for this thoughtful event, which is basically on atmospheric aerosol training, and then instrumentation and analytical techniques. So on this आज के समय में this aerosol measurement as well as its analytical technique tool is very much essential to understand. So the topic chosen by this event for this event is really very good, I would say, which covers the entire spectrum of atmospheric aerosols and also its measurement part and analytical technique. I must say that such studies are very much essential in this current era, which is needed to understand their different atmospheric aerosol characterization and also its internal properties. Why? Because as we all know, it has already been demonstrated that though the size of aerosol particles are very fine, even few nanometer to micrometer, but then effect spectrum, if you see, it highly impact to the human health and also on various aspects of atmospheric parameters like aerosol pollution, then visibility, cloud microphysics, cloud dynamics, and then ozone depletion, and many more. Even under some microscopic studies, we have already identified that the size of aerosols are about 20 to 25%, up to 30% smaller as compared to our human hair, a diameter of human hair. So one can imagine their small sizes, and because of their fine sizes, it can severely impact the human health through their impact to our respiratory system. As someone rightly said, industrialization and urbanization is the backbone for the economical growth and development of any nation. But for that, we have to compromise with our environment in terms of poor air quality and then water quality. Also, there are several other factors are there which we have to compromise in terms of development and growth of our nation. So, for a sustainable development of any nation, we also need to understand, need to implement the strict regulations which needs to control for air pollution. As we all know, India is now becoming a more developing nation. But many Indian cities, which are mostly lying in the northern part of India over the Indo-Gangetic Basin region, which are still under the category of poor to worst air pollution condition. ऐसा नहीं है कि हमारी गवर्नमेंट हमारी सरकार इसके लिए कुछ नहीं करी, बहुत सारी स्कीम्स उन्होंने लॉन्च की हैं. So recently, even you must be knowing that India is the first country who directly switched over the from Euro 4 to BS4 to BS6. BS5 को skip किया to compete with the international level of fuel quality, which is more refined as well as less emission observed with this BS6 fuel. Apart from that, अभी electrical vehicles को government बहुत ज़्यादा promote कर रही है, which are known to have this 100% pollution free. Also, further to eliminate the pollution from the atmosphere, some Ujjwala Yojana scheme has been launched by by our honorable Prime Minister. So, government has also encouraged to use the clean fuel like LPG and PNG for the various domestic purposes, cooking purposes. Also, government is encouraging to use the solar energy through solar panel. So, if we talk about Delhi, where basically I come from, so it is the capital city of India, but it is also listed as one of the worst air quality in the world. So, government has done several preventive measures to control these air pollution over Delhi region. Basically, if I say, like, Delhi is the first state in India who has successfully implemented the CNG-based public transport and now shifting towards the EV vehicles, electronic vehicles. So, no doubt, there are some good results we have obtained after implementing these things, but still the quality of air quality of Delhi is poor. So, apart from that, some odd even policy was also implemented in the long back. In 2015 and 16, but it was conducted on pilot mode, so results were not much satisfactory. Also, we are still struggling to manage the parali burning, which is the main burning topic nowadays, because every time during the post-monsoon period, we are facing severe smog condition over the entire Indo-Gangetic Basin, also in the Himalayan region also. So, in a nutshell, we can say that the emissions are always there in the atmosphere, but the main problem is the poor management skill, and also to lack of strict implementation of the policy. So, it is the basic the policy making schemes are not that much strong in India. So, we have to focus on that. So, we need to implement and follow all the implementation policies and regulations strictly. As clean air not only the need for all of us, it is also a demand. So, if we talk about Himalayan region, like you can see, you can say that Himalaya is a highly climate sensitive zone, because any small changes, थोड़ा सा भी climate में अगर ऊपर नीचे होता है तो it immediately effect on Himalayan glaciers. Even though the region is much far away from the main source region, emission source region, but some aerosols or air pollution are transported from the emission sources, which are lying in the plain region of Indo-Gangetic Basin region, and transported over this region, and sometimes it deposited on the snow surface and start melting it. So we need to look into it. Because it can further influence the whole Himalayan ecosystem. I feel fortunate to visit this Devbhumi many times, I must say, and several developmental activities are implemented in this region, which is very good for this region, for the development and growth of this region. But on the other hand, pollution generated by this developmental activity is we need to take care of that, because it may create an adverse impact on this region. So basically, to protect this region, we need to prepare a regular monitoring of these aerosol pollutants at all the aspects. So I am happy to say that HNB Garhwal University is a key key source and taken a lead to in collaboration with IITM as well as Minister of Earth Sciences to monitor air pollution in the Himalayan region. Also to understand their crucial optical, physical as well as radiative properties. In this connection, IITM has already conducted a campaign over the Sotopan Glacier to measure the black carbon aerosols, which are highly dangerous in terms of absorbing kind of aerosols, because it deposited on the snow surface and start melting it. So it is very much important to study these type of campaign to estimate the snow melting method. I would also mention here that the measurement of aerosol and rainwater sampling is already started in the campus, in the university campus, since I think 4 or 5 years back. So further, I would like to add here that one light detection sensor has also been installed in the Department of Physics since 2018 or 19. So in the collaboration of IITM and HNB Garhwal University to monitor the real-time lighting activities in and around the region. That is very much essential for this region. And IITM is also going to sign one MOU with the physics department and this university for the installation of a new air quality monitoring station under the National Air Quality Monitoring Program of Minister of Earth Sciences in the name of MAPAN. So it will definitely monitor the real-time air quality over this region, and that can be utilized to understand the air quality as well as the characterism to mitigate it. So now if I talk about the event, I must say that the theme of the workshop from this vintage school is very much suitable to understand the various aspects related to the atmospheric aerosols through measurement, both satellite-based and ground-based, and also through modeling like AI and ML. So I must say that the vintage school on hands-on training, on different instrumentation, and also recent analytical tools are very much needed to give the good idea to the current students who are recently joined in this research area. And I'm confident that this workshop and vintage school would be much beneficial for the young researchers working in this area, and would also serve a great source of inspiration to excel in this in their future career. So with this, I wish all the very best to the organizers for the great success of this event. Dhanyawad.
Thank you, sir, for addressing us. Your presence in this workshop will help all the participants with a vast spectrum of your knowledge. Taking this event into the next phase, we know every meet where all new knowledgeable beginnings occur also has some hidden beginnings. This inaugural also has another beginning, MOU between HNB Garhwal University and Indian Institute of Technical Metrology, IITM Pune. To provide an insight about it, I would like to invite the organizing secretary of this workshop, Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam, sir.
Thank you, Avni. With the approval of Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am and Director RDC Professor Hemvati Nandan sir, we are signing and exchanging the documents of Memorandum of Understanding between HNB Garhwal University and Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India. As Dr. Atusa said that we are going to establish a station, real-time air quality monitoring station at Atmospheric Physics Laboratory Department of Physics, Chauras campus. So this is the MOU. And one speaker on behalf of IITM representative Dr. Brinda Anand is here. So I request please come on the stage and sign and exchange the MOU documents with the permission of Honorable Vice Chancellor, Ma'am, and all the requests, all the rise.
बाद में दे देना, ठीक है, हो गया, है ना? अभी देख लो, अभी हो गया वैसे तो। उस सेरेमनी की वीडियो बना देना जब नई सीरीज में वो करेंगे ना, तो मोबाइल से बनाना क्वालिटी वाली, है ना?
Thank you, sir. I surely believe this MOU will provide future betterment to the research on atmospheric physics in the region of Uttarakhand and will provide new insights on the future development in this field to the students, research scholars of HNBGU as well as IITM Pune. This century is a revolutionary century of artificial intelligence and machine learning, where it has its application in almost every field, and science is no exception. Considering its application in the field of atmospheric physics, Atmospheric and Space Physics Laboratory, Department of Physics, HNB Garhwal University initiated a beginning in this field by establishing a lab dedicated to artificial intelligence and machine learning for atmospheric sciences. I request Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam sir to please incite all of us over this establishment.
Thank you, Tajbeen. Atmospheric and Spatial Laboratory, which is established in Chauras campus, funded by DST, SCRB, Ministry of Earth Sciences. We have many instruments which are for the applied physics and space physics especially. So we have submitted the proposal in SCRB in terms of artificial intelligence machine learning uh, we can use for the weather forecasting Uttarakhand state. So for the better understanding of the extreme weather events over the central Himalayan region, I had submitted project at SCRB. What impact do potential cloud forming particles have on extreme weather events using machine learning and artificial intelligence we approach over central Himalayan region? Mr. Yasti Panchvaya and Mr. Amandeep Baskarma is already working on this project, and this work session has been received and this library is now functional. So there are a few outcomes of this laboratory, which is the better understanding of the data set and extreme weather events in Uttarakhand state, and also to predict the possible occurrence of the cloudburst events over the Uttarakhand state, and calculate the aerosol properties, meteorological data to understand the extreme weather events over the central Himalayan region. Predictive power scores is used to extract the important features from the data set, and these features as fed into the time series models. So, with due respect and regards, I request to Honorable Vice Chancellor Ma'am and all the degrees on the dais to kindly inaugurate the online artificial intelligence machine learning laboratory located in the first floor of the Department of Physics Chauras campus. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. I believe this lab will create a new revolution in the way of understanding atmospheric physics in the region of Uttarakhand. Now, for the moment, we are all waiting for the release of the abstract book showcasing the innovative research to be presented at International Workshop at Winter School 2024. I kindly request all the dignitaries to launch the souvenir and abstract book for this workshop.
I request the organizing secretary, Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam sir, to kindly felicitate Honorable Vice Chancellor Professor Annapurna Nautiyal ma'am and all the delegates present here by presenting memento as a token of thanks carried by our organizing team. Now, I am very delighted to invite the visionary, dynamic Vice Chancellor of this prestigious university, Honorable Professor Annapurna Nautiyal ma'am. Ma'am has been guiding this university as a Vice Chancellor since 2018. She is former Dean School of Humanities and Social Science and was former head of the Department of Political Science, HNB Garhwal University. She is a widely traveled person and was a full-wide visiting professor at Department of Public and International Affairs, George Mason University, Fairfax, Virginia in 2006. She established Indian Himalayan Central University Consortium with the purpose to study enumeration and valuation of the economic impact of female labor in hills, agroecology in Himalayan states, development of eco-friendly and cost-effective tourism in hills, opportunities for livelihood to prevent migration from the hills, and also water conservation and harvesting strategies. She has published several articles in reputed journals and has authored many books. Most importantly, she is also the first lady vice chancellor of this prestigious university. Ma'am, ma'am, it's been an honor to have you here. We'll be very glad to hear your presidential address.
आवाज बढ़ाएंगे नहीं जब बोलेंगे तभी तो अभी तो अच्छा हो जाएगा.
Hello, can you hear me? So good afternoon everyone, and I would especially like to thank Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava Senior Scientist and in charge, Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Delhi Branch, Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India, for encouraging the atmospheric science in the HNB Garhwal University. Actually, it's a hand-holding exercise and also to make up for the gaps which we see in different areas. So, my thanks and my gratitude to you for encouraging the department to do commendable work on this atmospheric science. And I think the department added one more feather in its cap with the signing of the MOU. And because it is related to the real-time measurement. So I think it's very good beginning for the department. So I would like to extend my congratulations to Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam for taking this initiative along with his team members, head of the department, and also all faculty members who are helping him in accomplishing this task. I would also like to extend my gratitude to Professor C.M. Sharma for being present as a patron in almost all the activities and extending his blessings to everyone. And the heads, both heads, and the dean are also to be congratulated on his step. All the faculty members who are sitting before me, and also all the students, research scholars, and all the workers who have devoted their time and energy for organizing this workshop, because such kind of workshops which also says about winter school. So it's not easy to organize. You have to have connections with everyone and then only you can organize it. So I would like everyone to give a big round of applause to Dr. Alok Sagar and his team for doing this. Now, while interacting with the exhibition, rather hands-on equipments, and the persons responsible for that, they explained something to me which was interesting. They showed me one equipment which is necessary or maybe which is good for monitoring and measuring the aerosols in the atmosphere. And I think if this hands-on training is provided regularly, then maybe the carbon footprints, which are mostly responsible for the aerosols, may be reduced in future. So the future lies in the future hands. Because whatever damage has been done, it has already been done. In Delhi particularly, as Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava was also mentioning that he belongs to Delhi. In Delhi, the plight of the people is very, very obvious to see. In every home who can afford, they are using air purifiers to purify the air because the air has become poisonous. And this is the air which is one of the 5 elements which are necessary for the life of a human being. We have everything with us in this Himalayan region. Like we are a source of water, we are a source of forest, we are a source of fire, And then there is also Earth, which sustains us and also tells us to be grounded. It's a great grounding force in our life. So all of these elements have lost their balance. That's why the carbon footprints are increasing. We always complain whenever the month of November starts approaching that now the air quality is going to be worse in Delhi. And of course, there are not many sunny days in Delhi. There are various cold days in Delhi, and Delhi becomes much more cooler than in the part where we are residing because of aerosol. And we start saying that, okay, now this is the season of parali burning, but have we given any alternative to them? So I'm not from sciences. I don't understand much science, but as a vice chancellor, I have to be fit in every subject, which is not my domain. So, but this is not a regional problem, national problem, local problem, but it's an international problem. That's why we are talking about climate change and we are organizing conferences like COP. We are part of every organization which is related to climate change and also global warming. We are working on the 17 SDGs, which prioritize the human being and talk about the health, even the happiness, and also the climate change challenges to make the human life healthy, wealthy, and good. Air quality index, if you check in, even in Srinagar, also sometimes it becomes worse. Why? Because of pollution. And that becomes polluted more when there is a fire season. And that season is likely to start from April onwards. There will be many incidents of fire. Some fires are controlled, some fires are not controlled. And there is anthropogenic reason behind fires also. You can't stop the natural fire, but you can stop the fire which are human induced. Similarly, everything is polluted. When Professor Hemvati Nandan was talking about water, water is the biggest source. Like in the outside the auditorium, the person was telling me that if you buy this equipment, it will measure your hydration level of the body. And around the time of evening, if your head becomes to be heavy and you feel headache, and generally you take Disprin or any other medicine, but this equipment will tell you that now your body wants some kind of hydration, and if you will take some water, your headache will be gone. But I don't think it is that simple. And everybody can afford a equipment of 3.5 lakh or more than that. So we need to devise some strategy to change it. And this hands-on training workshop and winter school is very good for that purpose. But please first enlighten every person about the knowledge, about the pitfalls of this aerosols, because all aerosols are not bad. We use disinfectants, they have aerosols. We use hairsprays, they have aerosols. We use sunscreen, which is considered to be very important to control the radiation effect. So how can we say that all the aerosols are bad? Some aerosols are very natural, like you see dust, like you see fumes, like you see steam. These are natural. But unnatural aerosols are like carbon emission. When it becomes too much, it becomes difficult even to breathe. And you see the plight of the people who suffer from asthma. They have to use inhalers. So for everything, you have to depend on something. So first, we should try to unlearn the things which we have learned and then start learning. Unless we change our lifestyle, I think it will be a false talk. Like in our campus, this Chauras campus also, we do not have a proper garbage disposal policy. Although we have an agreement with the Nagar Palika, Kirti Nagar, but that is also not very sustainable because we do not know afterwards what happens to that garbage. So we need to do something about these problems which generate aerosols and which are not good for a person, for the humankind, for a community, for a society, for a nation. And throughout India, we are fighting for this, but there is no solution. The only solution is that we should make lifestyle changes. That's why the life mission is also operational. And we need to look towards the people who are already working into it. And I'm also happy that you have a laboratory where you can monitor the events of cloudburst. And with that, you can warn the people about the oncoming cloudburst and you can save the lives of the people if the timely warning is given to them. Now, our IMD has also improved very much. Earlier, their forecasts were not that true. But nowadays, whatever they forecast, it is true. It is true and also very scientific. And they exactly tell how much rain will be there and at what time there will be rain, or maybe dry spell, maybe cold spell, or maybe sunny spell. So seasonal variations also creates too many disease. And one of the disease is allergy. Allergy is also because of the pollutants in the air. And the people, as I said, that who have asthma, they suffer a lot because of these pollutants. You have a runny nose, you keep on sneezing, and these things are not very good for the human health. So I think the responsibility again falls on the shoulders of the scientists, not only the atmospheric physics scientists, but environmentalists also, and all the scientist community. Because the science is made for the welfare of human being. If human is the not center of science, I don't think science is very fruitful. So science should be theoretical also, but it should be applied also. So I'm very happy with these developments which are going on in the Department of Physics, that they have a now real-time monitoring MOU, so that's very good. And they have already established a meteorological lab where they can predict the cloudburst, because we have seen many lives lost due to cloudburst, and it's a very recurring phenomenon in the hill areas. So this is very important. And with this, I would like to again congratulate everyone for this workshop and winter school and hands-on training also, because that is also a must. Because as I said that you are producing, or you are likely to produce the future of India. And we are under the Viksit Bharat. So you need to work for the future of India, because all of you are the future of India. So best of luck to the future of India, and thank you very much to everyone. Good wishes and congratulations.
Thank you so much, ma'am. It's been an honor to hear your speech, and I surely believe that your address has successfully awakened the light in all the individuals present here. Your views on the problem of climate change in Himalayan region and your quote, unlearn and then learn, will surely provide a new way of thinking for participants present here. Now I request Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam sir to kindly present Movement as a token of thanks to Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastav sir.
To Professor C.M. Sharma, sir.
To Professor S.C. Bhatt, sir.
To Professor R.C. Ramola, sir.
To Professor Hemvati Nandan, sir. It's that moment of time where we'll conclude the inaugural, and for that I request Professor S.C. Bhatt, sir, Dean School of Sciences and convener of this workshop, for a heartfelt vote of thanks to acknowledge the efforts of all involved individuals in making this inaugural a success.
Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Annapurna Rotelman, Dr. Atul Srivastava, Scientist, IITM Pune, Delhi, Professor C.M. Sharma, sir, Director Chauras Campus, Dean School of Life Sciences, Professor R.C. Ramola, sir, he is Head and Convener, Department of Physics, Professor Hemvati Nandan, Head Department of Physics, Srinagar Campus, Dr. Alok Sagar Gautam, Organizing Secretary of the event, our esteemed guest invited speakers, fellow colleagues, and the owner of this property, Professor D.R. Purohit sir, who maintained, established, created this, and by virtue of which we can organize such an academic events at this place. Thank you very much, sir. Then, dear colleagues, research scholars, participants from different places of India, our students, persons from media. First of all, I am thankful on behalf of Department of Physics, Organizing Committee of the workshop, and School of Sciences, our Honorable Vice Chancellor, for sparing his valuable time. This time, our university is going in multi-tasking system. On one side, we have to make recruitments. On other side, we have to prepare for NAC. On other side, the development work is going on. And out of these many business, many things, is spare time for us to bless us, to motivate us, to inspire us. So thank you very much, ma'am. I'm thankful to Dr. Atul Kumar Srivastava for participating in the event and signing an MOU between HNB Garhwal University and IITM, which will be very useful for this region And this region is the source of many things: water, pure, pure, pure air, and many things. So we have to take care of this Himalayan region. If we are careless, then it will be very harmful not only for us, but all India, all the world, and humanity especially. Before I thank you all, our participants are here from different part of the state or India, and something has been already explained by the organizing secretary that your presence, your attendance will be there. Not only attendance, but your sincere present, you are efficient, actively engaged, and because we are giving you a certification of our university, then for that we have to take some measures. Of money on this type of activities of the government of India. So there must be some outcome. You must learn something apart from your comfortable stay, which we are taking care of. You should be able to achieve something about the instrumentation available at our university. Friends, we have very good laboratory at our physics department in material science, in atmospheric physics. In atmospheric physics, as explained earlier, we have two real-time measurements. One is particle density and another is the real-time prediction of thunderstorm in any part of the country. You will sit in our lab and you will see that the particle density in the atmosphere around Srinagar is this much, and you can see which part of the India is observing the thunderstorm. Moreover, promoting our School of Sciences. We have 7 departments in School of Sciences. Apart from 17 to 22, we have 22, 24 now. And we say that we have almost 120 research papers after 22. And that too, 72 papers from a single department, and all are in Scopus in their journals. And about 22 patents. And out of these 22, no, more than 22, 19 or 27 patents. And out of these 27, we have 25 patents from a single building, that is pharmaceutical sciences and pharmaceutical chemistry, apart from physics and chemistry. We are running more than 18 research projects costing about more than 5 crores. And if we see how this happens, if we see the effect, actually we are thankful to our Honorable Vice Chancellor, ma'am. He has recruited lots of faculty and we are now double. And the impact of that recruitment is displayed now. It is being observed now. We are good in publishing papers, having research projects, taking classes. And these new faculties are trained not only in India, but very good laboratories in abroad. So they are establishing very good research labs in our departments of our university. When we have our three alumni here, Amardeep and Tushar are working in the government colleges recently, and one of scientists, which is our invited speaker, he has done his BSc and MSc, Dr. Diwan Singh from Pori campus. He is our invited speaker this time also, working at Indian Institute of Tropical Meteorology, Delhi. So our alumni are also very good. We have earlier our director, National Physical Laboratory, Delhi. At present, we have our DSG at Kumaon region, Dr. Yugen Singh Rawat. He is also faculty and alumni of our department, and many at BARC, at Indore, and other many administrative and scientific services. Yugen Singh Rawat has done his MPSc, MSc, and PhD from this campus. Now, research scholars, now we have a diversity. After the CUET is achieved, or admission are being done through CUET, we have 14 states, students from 14 states at our PG departments, like Kerala, Arunachal Pradesh, Rajasthan, Bihar, UP, Delhi, Himachal Pradesh, Jammu and Kashmir, and so on and so forth. Even Andaman Nicobar. Then, with the help of our newly recruited young, dynamic, and bright faculty, I hope our university, our departments will spread the knowledge around all, and the participant coming from various states will propagate this type of things in their places. So our students, PG students and research scholars and the participants are sometimes they are not aware of such things. We have very good positions acquired by our alumni. So once again, I come to our part. We have a very good lab where measuring facilities of high standard at par from any national laboratory at USIC, University Science Instrumentation Center. We have many sophisticated instruments there for material characterization and measurement. We have very nice laboratory at physics department for materials and atmospheric sciences. We have very excellent laboratory in chemistry also, in pharmaceutical sciences also, and these laboratories are at par with the world's any lab. So these all things you will visit in 4 or 5 days. Remember that our instruments are calibrated very well. Professor Ramola was giving you some example. Only measurement is not everything. Because if your instruments are not measured very good, then the results are doubtful. First task is that in any laboratory, your instruments should be calibrated very well. So then and only then we can make precise measurements and fruitful outcome. Now I am thankful to all participants, all our faculty members, Professor C.M. Sharma sir, Professor R. Sinamola, who is part of our family, but even then he came from the Tihari campus. He is actually posted at Tihari campus. He is our head and convener. He came from the Tihari campus. At Tihari campus also we have in physics and chemistry a lot of research projects, research papers, outreach activities. I am also thankful to engineer Prakash sir from Aries. People come here for outreach program, Skywatch, whether it is Skywatch program or whether any type of outreach program for our students, they always cooperative to this university. I am thankful to you, sir, from Aries also. I'm thankful to media persons who are participating here. Once again, I wish the participant a comfortable stay and fruitful workshop. And I thank all the invited speakers, our especially our dignitaries and guys, and all our students too. And once again, I am thankful for Alok Sagar Gautam who took pain to conduct this workshop. And I hope, I request young faculty who have research projects try to organize national and international seminars, workshop, and symposium also, training workshop also, apart from your research projects. Once again, I am thankful to you all on behalf of the organizing committee, Department of Physics, School of Sciences. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for extending our gratitude and honor to our esteemed guests and social reformers for their invaluable presence and contribution. Now, let's capture this momentous occasion with a group photo.
Before group photo, we are very much thankful to Ministry of Earth Science Government of India, SERB, Uttarakhand Pollution Control Board, our university, TSI Instrument India Private Limited, Aeronautic India Private Limited, DRDO, Alpine Institute of Management Technology, Dehradun, and Lifestyle for Environment for supporting this event.
So now let's capture this momentous occasion with a group photo. I request all the dignitaries and participants to kindly step up for a group photo and also request the media team for the photo session. All the participants are requested to come near the stage for group photo. And I request the organizing committee to kindly coordinate with the participants.
अच्छा ना ना कोई नहीं हो बच्चों आप लोग प्लीज आ जाइए सब लोग देखिए उधर से कुछ आ जाओ कुछ ऐसे खड़े हो जाओ
As we wrap up this inaugural session, I want to express my gratitude to all attendees for their engagement and insightful contribution. As the permission of all the dignitaries, let's take the momentum from this inaugural to lunch break, where further networking and collaboration can flourish.
Thank you all for making this inaugural a success.
वो फोटो लेनी है वहाँ भी डिस्प्ले कर देंगे एक दो फोटो हो रहे तो प्लीज आप लोग बता दीजिए सारी ऑर्गेनाइजिंग कमेटी और ठीक है इनकम सब कुछ मैम को लगा कि हाँ उनको बटन नहीं दिखा कौन सा बटन छोटे छोटे बटन ये पोस्टर सही है मैंने चेक नहीं किया हेलो सर करना है तो यहीं ट्राई करना है फिर आपको सर आपका नहीं बात सर से हेलो सर फोन दे दो सर हाँ 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 उनकी पीपीटी है ना पीपीटी है उनके पास चंद्र सर की पीपीटी यहाँ पे शो कर दीजिए वो चेक करने की वीडियोस हाँ वो पेन ड्राइव में लेकर जाओ ऊपर पेन ड्राइव है उनके पास यूएसबी दे दीजिए सर मैं लेके चले आता हूँ सुनो मैं महरूब को वहीं पे भेज रहा हूँ सुनो महरूब को नहीं मैं महरूब को वहीं पे भेज रहा हूँ सुनो हेलो जी महरूब को वहीं पे भेज रहा हूँ वो वहीं पे कॉपी कर लेंगे नहीं सर वो सर आ गया महरूब वहीं पे आ गया वहीं पे आ गया महरूब वहीं पे रुको यार हेलो अरे वो उधर चले गए उधर महरूब उधर ऊपर शायद अंदर आ गया मैं अच्छा चलो आ जाओ सर वीडियो है ना वो बंद कर रहा है कि नहीं बस वीडियो में सर वॉइस भी आई वॉइस